Happening. All right. The recording has started just in time for this disclaimer. Perfect. Next slide here. Just a quick kind of instructions, particularly for those who are joining us virtually. As you just noticed, this meeting is being recorded. We will post the recording as well as the presentations on the event page. We ask that you please mute yourself and leave your camera turned off for kind of bandwidth issues, as well as so we don't get any interruptions or weird noises. We will have a series of breakout sessions, including for those who are online. And so during the breakout sessions, please feel free to unmute yourself and get back on camera. Actually, I don't think we are actually transcribing this particular meeting, but we do have a series of note takers who are here to help us for our summary report writing purposes. Please note that particularly during the breakout sessions, we plan to use sort of a Chatham House rules type of engagement. We want you to be candid with your feedback and the information that we're giving, but we do not plan to attribute comments to any individual participant during the breakout sessions. A quick note on the Federal Advisory Committee Act. I don't plan to read all of these bullets. However, I do want to emphasize that this particular effort is not part of a federal advisory committee. We cannot provide advice nor drive towards consensus. This workshop is more of an information gathering exercise on the part of DOE and USEA. So here's our agenda for today. We're going to start off with Dr. Briggs-White, who will give a virtual presentation on critical minerals as the key to a clean energy future and opportunities for economic revitalization of America's communities. Dr. White is the Deputy Executive Director of the Interagency Working Group on Coal and Power Plant Communities and Economic Revitalization. And then he'll be followed by Dr. Holly Buck, from the Division of Strategic Engagement at FECM, who will discuss the importance of responsible critical materials development to decarbonization. And then Dr. Diana Bauer, Acting Deputy Director of the Advanced Manufacturing Office at DOE, will give us kind of a overview of DOE's critical materials efforts and kind of some of the reasons that bring us here today. And then we'll have a quick break and then move into our first breakout session. After the first session, we'll move into lunch. Then we'll have a presentation after lunch on how DOE engages with labor. That will be presented by Dr. Christy Veeder, who's a senior advisor in the Office of Energy Jobs at DOE. And then we will have 2 more breakout sessions. And then we will end the day with kind of how to respond to a request for information, as well as how to do business with DOE and NETL. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Dr. White. So Briggs, if you don't mind unmuting yourself, and you should be able to share your screen.
Is that showing full screen for you, Alex?
It is. Thank you.
Great. Well, good morning, everyone. And today I'd like to share with you a value proposition around investing in America's energy communities. We know that energy communities and energy workers have powered the nation for 100 years or more. And in particular, traditional energy communities, those that have mined the coal and coal power plants, et cetera, but also oil and gas communities are just really critical to the economic infrastructure of our nation and provide a real opportunity for investment to support where we're going with the future in terms of clean energy, but also onshoring supply chains around critical minerals and rare earth elements. They have the trained labor and familiarity with the extractive economies. They have the infrastructure, whether it's rail, barge, et cetera. Just a real opportunity for investments to support those workers and communities. My name is Briggs White. As Alex said, I'm the Deputy Director for a federal working group that's focused on energy communities and energy workers that through no fault of their own find themselves challenged by the downturn in the coal industry, and we're looking to support them in any way that we can. This federal working group was established by President Biden in January of last year through executive order. In an initial report to the president in April of last year, we brought together 11 federal agencies plus OMB that make up the working group to generate a set of recommendations and next steps. And I'm going to walk you through those and then pivot a little bit to the value proposition I just mentioned. In that report, we identified 25 priority communities, primarily based on a metric around the relative direct employment in the coal industry. So we used Bureau of Labor Statistics data to understand where the densest population of direct employment was in the coal industry, and use that really as a logistical framework for stakeholder engagement and targeting our agencies' work in various places. And so we've identified, of course, that coal communities are most immediately challenged, although the executive order did include oil and gas communities. And we know some of these places have been struggling with the downturn, in particular coal mining, for decades. There's certainly areas of the country that have lost a number of jobs. And we've also learned over the last year and a half that not only is it an impact on the coal workers, but it impacts the tax base. And so that means a loss of revenue that can support the school system, that can support the local infrastructure, and really makes some of these small towns, which tend to be rural and isolated, relatively, they economically struggle. And so what we're looking to do is try to support them. One opportunity that we've heard, and one of our guiding principles is to really support locally driven solutions in the places that we've been, is to lean into where critical minerals and rare earth elements can be used in some of these places that have had extractive economies for a long time. So to just unpack that for a minute, I think a lot of you are probably familiar that coal waste and other kinds of materials, acid mine drainage, represent a potential source for critical minerals. And if we can create jobs in places where those exist, there tends to be a good geographic overlap with a lot of the places on this map. That creates jobs for workers. It creates an economic opportunity to support the tax base that was hit. And of course, it supports the clean energy supply chains and other industries that are important for the future. I'm not going to talk a lot about DOE and the critical minerals programs today, because you're going to hear a good bit about that in some of the next talks. But I do want to talk about how we bring a lot of complementary support, not only through DOE, which DOE is the secretary of this working group, but also with the 10 other federal agencies that can bring up support alongside DOE's targeted programs in this area. Just a couple of examples. EPA, through their brownfields program, can support taking properties, do the environmental remediation, and then create opportunities for economic development. Likewise, DOI got $11 billion through the infrastructure bill for abandoned mine land reclamation. They also have additional funding on top of that for their AMLR program. That's an acronym that stands for the Abandoned Mine Land Economic Revitalization Program, which is very flexible in offering a program to support economic revitalization anywhere adjacent to an abandoned mine land feature. So a lot of opportunities to both do environmental cleanup, but also create jobs in the process. Additionally, on top of DOE's critical minerals programs, there's an infrastructure bill support in a variety of ways. I did want to call out one, which was the advanced energy manufacturing and recycling provision. It provides funding specifically targeted to being adjacent to where coal mines and coal plants were previously. And so that's a very targeted opportunity for energy communities, but also one that can support potentially new manufacturing, such as those kinds of industries that would use critical minerals. I wanted to talk about EDA. That's a Department of Commerce agency. The Economic Development Agency has very flexible programs that can support planning, technical assistance, and implementation through a program called the Assistance for Coal Communities. Also, the Appalachian Regional Commission. A lot of these places are in the Appalachian footprint. They have their power program, which supports communities that were impacted due to the coal downturn. They can do manufacturing, they can do workforce training, they can do a variety of different programs, very flexible. Department of Labor can support workforce training as well as supporting the retraining of dislocated workers. So if a coal miner lost its job, a state can step in, trigger that program, and provide benefits and support to that dislocated worker to find its next opportunity. Hopefully, one created in support of the critical minerals industry or other exciting opportunities. And finally, I wanted to just lift up that there's a lot of programs, particularly through the infrastructure bill, to support infrastructure. And we know that while energy communities have infrastructure, some of them struggle with, for example, broadband access, and organizations like USDA, Department of Transportation, NTIA, which is an agency within commerce, and then finally EPA, all can provide support for broadband, roads, bridges, rail, as well as water and sewer infrastructure, which can be really complementary to the economic development work that we were just talking about. So just pivoting back, there's a lot of opportunity on the table. It's over $200 billion currently available, either explicitly targeting energy communities and energy workers, or broadly applicable, but very relevant to what they have expressed their needs in. 125 different opportunities, a lot there. And this is just a subset of what's available through either the bill or through ongoing appropriations. We've created a clearinghouse to bring this all together to make it a one-stop shop that's a little bit easier to navigate. It's at energycommunities.gov. Again, that's energycommunities.gov. You can go on there. We have a funding clearinghouse. You can sort the data to find the program that's right for you. And in the fullness of time, where we'd like to go is really add the human element to that so that we can actually hold your hand and walk you through that. So, share with your friends and neighbors. We're definitely interested in supporting and growing that capability. One thing I wanted to point out is that we've heard from stakeholders along the way that cost share is a challenge. And so we flagged the provisions there that don't require cost share. And that brings me to a next point, which is that, yes, this is a lot of federal government support, but a lot of it flows through the states. The states are super important for implementing that. So if you're trying to develop a program or a project where you are, having good connectivity with your state department officials is critical. The states are also more and more providing support in the forms of cost share or for grant writing support. So that also can be critical as a resource to accessing these federal funds. So a couple of things, all that funding's not worth much if people don't know about it. And so we've been doing a lot of stakeholder outreach. We've had either in-person events or virtual events touching 18 of those 25 places. We've also done national webinars. Welcome anyone participating. You can just sign up at energycommunities.gov and we will invite you to our future webinars. Also, we send out a bi-weekly newsletter that provides updates on the funding opportunity announcements. So that's something that you can sign up if you're interested in. I wanted to just pivot just very briefly onto the critical minerals specifically and just leave you with a couple of key points. One, incredible opportunity, growing opportunity, and we really want to onshore this domestically. The opportunity here is really critical to the future of not only clean energy, but supply chains in general. And we want to do that domestically. Here we're lifting up critical minerals, but we also know that the components for lithium batteries are critical. The DOE secretary was in Charleston with us in March, where she announced a $5 million investment in supporting lithium-ion battery manufacturing and bringing together workforce to develop standards there. We know that the workforce is critical. And in fact, I heard a quote recently that was basically saying, standing these things up, we need labor availability, and then we need the components and the materials. I think that's where the energy communities, in my opinion, have a bit of an advantage. We have in these extractive economies access to a lot of materials that potentially could resource those industries, and those parts of the country are familiar with siting and permitting those kinds of industries, which can in some cases slow down the development of those industries. So hopefully that incentivizes folks to invest in these energy communities. Just very briefly, if you're not familiar, the Department of Energy has a program through the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, which you're going to hear more about. NETL is responsible for supporting the department and implementing a variety of programs. Here I've called out the Critical Mineral Sustainability Program, but in fact, we support a variety of different offices within DOE. And within that program, you're probably all familiar. We endeavor to support various objectives around national and economic security, and of course, doing it the right way to support environmental and energy justice kinds of objectives. Our next steps are to validate the techno-economics associated with this and really drive towards that pre-commercial and commercial stage deployment. And that'll certainly be supported by the bill provision regarding the rare earth elements demonstration facility. A number of metrics, I won't go into them other than to highlight, looking to try to support the techno-economics that make sense. And clearly, we want to domesticate that supply chain to bring it here, because that's going to really allow a lot of economic competitiveness and security for all of the industry that follows on, whether it's manufacturing of components or ultimately integrating that with OEMs into completed machines. As I wrap up, I just want to flag that we have a website. We've got the social media properties. Encourage you to sign up and leave you with a few key takeaways. So first of all, we highly anticipate the critical minerals market to grow. It's going to grow domestically. It's going to grow overseas. And we want to have a part of that. That can be an opportunity in energy communities to offset some of these declines in the tax base, as well as create good jobs, family sustaining jobs like coal mining and coal power plant workers are accustomed to. We feel like there's a value proposition in investing in the energy communities of the US. They have the labor, they have the infrastructure, they're familiar with these kind of extractive projects, and would encourage folks to consider investing there. DOE clearly is supporting critical minerals innovation. You're going to hear more about that, but we can come up alongside that through the federal working group and augment that with other kinds of resources, whether it's getting sites ready, flexible economic development and planning, or infrastructure kinds of support. And then a few calls to action. First of all, encourage you all to build coalitions. We know that those are critical, making sure that all stakeholders, whether it's communities or workers, are part of the conversation. But then ultimately to secure cost share, frequently moving these industries forward, especially if you're going to be accessing federal funding, requires cost share. And so that's something to start on early. And then finally, resources for grant writing, particularly a lot of these remote, isolated energy communities really struggle with navigating a complex federal government environment. And by the time they figure out which one's right for them, it can be a challenge to put together the resources for writing the grant proposals and accessing those funds. So anything that you can do to help them is certainly appreciated. I did flag earlier that states are critical. Some are providing grant writing resources and cost sharing. Others are very critical in implementing the infrastructure bill. And so those are key points of contact that you want to engage. But also other actors, whether it's the private sector, philanthropy, et cetera, can support some of those kind of things. And finally, let us know if we can help. If you go to our website, there's an email address you can reach out. Certainly interested in getting to hear your stories and helping in any way that we can. So why don't I just stop there and turn it back over to Alex.
Great, thank you so much, Briggs. We do have a couple of minutes for questions or comments. If anyone would like to, in the room, if you'd like to raise your hand, or if you're online, if you'd like to type anything in the chat or Q&A box. And then if you can just go back, grab that one. Sorry, we do have a couple questions from the audience, and just passing the mic over.
Great.
Yeah. Are we going to be able to get a copy of the PowerPoints from everyone?
Yes, we will post copies of the PowerPoints as well as the recording of the event on the event page.
Thank you.
Any other questions in the audience? Seeing none and seeing none in the chat, we'll go ahead and move forward to our next speaker. Thank you again, Briggs. Very much appreciate you taking the time to do this. If we could just give Briggs a round of applause, it'd be much appreciated.
Thank you all. Thanks, Alex and USEA.
All right, so our next speaker to discuss the importance of responsible critical materials development to decarbonization is Dr. Holly Buck from the Division of Strategic Engagement at DOE's Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management. Holly, if you want to go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, hello. How's that looking?
Looks great. Thank you so much.
Great. Well, I'll start out just by telling you a little bit about where I'm coming from. So I'm working in FECM right now, but I'm also a professor at SUNY Buffalo. My PhD's in the sociology of development, and I do research on community engagement, but also net zero scenarios. Most recently as a contributing author to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Working Group 3 report, which is all about mitigation of climate change. How are we going to do this? And so speaking of net zero, this is what the IEA, International Energy Agency, put together about how to get to net zero CO2 by 2050, which, 76 parties have a net zero goal. That's like 74% of global emissions. So keep in mind, like, the world is generally agreeing to do this, but if you look at some of the milestones, I mean, we're talking about some really challenging things, like by 2030, 60% of global car sales are electric, large demonstrations of clean tech and heavy industry, really large build out of wind and solar. And so underlying a bunch of these milestones is minerals. And so the IEA did another report that I'll mention in a minute about the scale of this. But I mean, the main thing is that reaching these goals set out in the Paris Agreement would be a quadrupling of mineral requirements for clean energy technologies by 2040. If we want to get to net zero, it'll be a bit more. And this is something the US also, this is our long-term strategy, right? We're looking at this net zero 2050 goal. So there's some momentum here. And increasingly, we're studying the material requirements of it. And so there's particular things like lithium that have a lot of attention. The total demand is just going to increase so much for a lot of these minerals: silver, platinum, indium, tellurium, rare earth elements. Also things like copper for building out transmission and more. So what will these materials be used for? You see a lot of this in some of the scenarios is EV batteries, but not all of it. And I'm just giving you a general context for the scale that's implied. But what I really want to focus on today is the social implications of all of this. So there's kind of four basic ways to reach that scale of materials. One is obviously opening new mining sites. Another that I'm glad is getting increasing attention because we're kind of behind on this is recycling materials. But we can also do research to identify substitutes. And some of what DOE is doing is looking at unconventional sources like wastes and byproducts. So we really need an all of the above approach to thinking about this because unfortunately, recycling won't meet the demand on its own. And each of these types of activities has different social implications to them. And so just looking at, I'm going to talk about one example of it to make this more concrete. In terms of lithium, you can compare the sort of amounts we have currently mined versus like the reserves and what we'll need. And I encourage everybody who hasn't to look at this Building Resilient Supply Chains 100-day report. And so thinking about this on a supply chain level, right? There's impacts upstream in the mining, but also thinking about the processing of it, and as well as battery manufacturing, and then thinking about the end of life and reuse and where those go. And I'm presenting the supply chain just kind of on a basic level, but we'll talk a bit more about the energy justice read of that. On a broad level, starting thinking about mining and the social considerations and impacts, you can see how some communities are starting to anticipate this. For example, one of the promising areas of the US to do some lithium mining is in North Carolina. And you can see that people are raising concerns about water, the water table and availability, about their property values. Then there's also obviously an opportunity for high quality jobs here. But how these projects are introduced and negotiated and discussed is really important. And we've seen that this project had some criticism from county officials for late public and stakeholder engagement. They said, you've been thinking about this for years. Why did you only come to us just now, kind of thing, highlighting the importance of early engagement on projects like these. And then thinking about recycling, right now, as I mentioned, that we're not doing a very good job. There's only a handful of recycling facilities, especially for EV batteries, but we're seeing a lot of activity and startups looking at this. There's opportunities here, especially in terms of energy use, water, and emissions. So there's energy justice kind of opportunities here as well. So thinking about the different stage of recycling EV batteries, pre-treatment, secondary treatment, so separating out these materials, final step, these are all things that could be done in a damaging way or in a really environmentally friendly way. And we have new facilities coming. There's one, for example, around the corner from where I live in Rochester, New York, that's going to be built to very high standards. So we really need to continue that trend as we go forward. I wanted to introduce some definitions of terms that you may know, and if not, you'll probably be hearing a lot more about. Environmental justice. This is kind of a common definition you would find in the federal government, involving the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people with respect to developing and enforcing environmental laws, regulations, and policies. So thinking about how everybody can enjoy the same degree of protection from environmental and health hazards, as well as equal access to decision-making. And then energy justice is looking at how we participate in the energy system, but also thinking about remediating harms and thinking about how we distribute benefits from new energy projects. And the aim here is to make energy accessible, affordable, clean, and democratically managed for all communities. And so you may have heard about the Justice 40 initiative, which is from Executive Order 14008. And the idea here is that 40% of the overall benefits of federal investments, especially regarding climate change, are flowing to disadvantaged communities. So right now, there's many people across the administration figuring out how to measure and track these benefits and make sure that they are going to disadvantaged communities. And so within that context, the Department of Energy has 8 policy priorities involving things like decreasing the energy burden, decreasing environmental exposure for disadvantaged communities, increasing parity in clean energy technology access and adoption, as well as energy resiliency and energy democracy. And I encourage you to check out the DOE's website to learn more about how we're thinking about that. But I wanted to also share a framework from the research and literature on energy injustices, because one thing we think about are what's called hidden, ignored, or embodied energy injustices. So a lot of our regulation and focus often has been on kind of the site of combustion or production. That's the site where we do a lot of environmental reviews. And we're thinking about how to look at what sort of injustices are embodied at different parts of the supply chain. So what's going on at the site of extraction? Is there displacement? Are there human rights violations? I mean, thinking about in international context, these are also really important. And then looking at the processing, the transportation that's involved, who's bearing impacts from the additional trucking and so forth, with moving around these materials. Also thinking about who's doing the labor and bearing harms from disposal, because we know we have an enormous problem with disposal of lots of things like e-waste and so forth, where we could be recycling, but we're not. And a lot of this is done in other countries without worker or environmental protections to the level that we need. So thinking about that as a framework, and where we are right now with critical mineral production. I mean, just kind of a simple statement that in many places, critical minerals are being produced under conditions that are really bad for workers and the environment. And that's what we call a global environmental injustice, because consumers and companies based in the global north are reaping the benefits when we use our phones and computers and EVs and so forth. Producers and communities in the global south are bearing the harms. So that is to say that environmental justice isn't simply a local issue, it's a global issue. And right now, I mean, you can look at some of the data. We have still not good enough, but increasingly more data on environmental, social, and governance concerns. Companies are paying a bit more attention to this. And you can see that the majority of current production volumes come from regions which either have low governance scores or high emissions intensity, especially concerned about cobalt, nickel, but really a lot of these minerals. And so we can discuss, you know, onshoring is one response to that, but it's not the whole response just because of the extreme demand for these. But I wanted to switch to talking about a framework for how we think about environmental justice. So there's several dimensions to this concept. There's procedural justice, which has to do with who's at the table when decisions are being made, whose voice is heard, whose voice is acted upon. There's also recognition justice, which has to do with how do you respect and honor different forms of cultures, different local knowledges. Distributive justice, which looks at how environmental harms, but also benefits are distributed among groups. And then reparative justice, which has to do with remediating prior and ongoing harms. And so I thought I'd talk through a few examples regarding these because they can be pretty abstract. Thinking about procedural justice, I mean, one way to address this, and it doesn't always fully address it, but it's one part, is meaningful community engagement and tribal and stakeholder engagement. And I wanted to mention specifically the context of Indigenous peoples. Under the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it specifies free, prior, and informed consent. So this is a right to provide or withhold consent in relation to projects that affect their lives and environments. And that's one thing we're thinking a lot about in terms of our engagement strategy around this. Recognition justice is sometimes a bit harder to conceptualize, or maybe newer to the conversation in some ways. But thinking about, for example, one of the mining projects that's been proposed for a nickel mine in Minnesota, this is a deal that was signed for EV battery production. And it's a project that's within a watershed that affects federally recognized tribes who are cultivating wild rice. And so recognition justice could involve recognizing these cultural values and practices involving wild rice cultivation, which is a really important part of food systems, cultures, traditions, and so on. And so, you know, how do you think about what recognition justice looks like in practice? I'm not sure we have like a full answer to that right now. We have statements that, you know, this is a company that's trying to do the right thing, monitoring water to have baseline data to see more about the impacts, sharing the data with regulators and the wider community, working on how to make a smaller surface footprint. And I think we can continue the conversation about what recognition justice looks like in this context. Distributive justice, for example, in California, in the Imperial Valley, which is a potential source of lithium from geothermal brine. These projects are in an area which has really concentrated land ownership, many environmental justice communities in this area, and a pretty heavy existing pollution burden from agriculture, from the drying of the Salton Sea, et cetera, really high rates of asthma. And so the question there is, you know, how will the benefits from these projects be distributed? This is potentially a really important source of income for people, but are people in these communities going to realize it? And so, you know, the Secretary recently had a listening session with some of these communities. It's a really important area of engagement. Finally, thinking about restorative justice, I think there's obvious opportunities, especially thinking about some of the coal communities that were discussed just before. And so one sense is thinking about restorative justice in places which have environmental harms, but another sense is also thinking about the eventual closure and remediation of new facilities that might open up. And so, you know, how do we institutionalize some of these environmental justice protections? What can we do to ensure responsible development? There's a lot of discussion on kind of international levels you may be familiar with, like the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, different forums kind of on the international level to develop standards and safeguards. And you know, within the US, we can think more about community benefits agreements. So sometimes these are called impact benefits agreements, for example, in a Canadian context. But they can be legally binding contracts that stipulate benefits that a community can receive from a new project. And so the DOE has a community benefit toolkit developed by the Office of Economic Impact and Diversity that I recommend consulting for more information about this. These agreements are negotiated between developers and community organizations, and generally they work best when those organizations really represent the community. And so I will wrap up there. Happy to take a couple minutes of questions, and really looking forward to the breakout groups on this topic as well.
Great, thank you so much, Holly. If anyone has any questions in the audience, please raise your hand. Have a question up here. And in the meantime, if you are online and have any questions, please feel free to type them into the chat or Q&A box.
Thank you, Dr. Rob. My name is Steve Lund. I'm a member of the House of Representatives in the state of Utah. We look forward to seeing a little bit more of the development and of critical minerals in our state. One of the questions I have a lot of questions for you actually, but one of the questions I think in particular is, as we go through and look at the environmental justice as a whole, is there an economic component to that as far as cost of extraction? Does this change the cost of extraction? Because right now what we're seeing is an increase in cost of natural resources. But as far as the cost of extraction, when we look at environmental justice, how does that cost of operations fit into the whole scheme of or the whole environmental justice program?
Thank you. So I'll caveat this by saying, I'm a sociologist, and we do have people in our analysis team that specialize in economics and could maybe support actually calculating some of these things. But I'll just tell you the way I look at it from my personal point of view is that there's costs that are paid in different ways that are hidden. So, if a project is done to a different set of standards, the cost may appear cheaper on paper, but then if you calculate in the health impacts and people having those health impacts, then you would have to look at a different figure. So I think that in general, I think we're trying to do a better job of pricing in some of these externalities. And I know this is a very kind of economic way of looking at it. But I suspect, frankly, that the answer of that too is probably going to change a lot depending on the type of project. And it would probably be hard to give a blanket answer to it anyway.
Thank you, Holly, and thank you, Steve, for the question. Next question that we have is from Claudio Arato. How do you see each of the environmental justice principles lay out in Appalachia versus the Four Corners as it relates to tribal nations?
That's a great question. There's some things that I think are the same in terms of basic procedural justice and consultation, and those are kind of best practices across research, across companies, across the federal government. So in terms of what might be regionally specific, I think that obviously the contours of what's already happened in those places is going to be very context specific. There's different forms of mining that have taken place, which have different sorts of environmental impacts. There's different social contexts. So I think really in terms of the reparative justice picture would probably look different. And of course, recognition justice is something that looks different everywhere by definition. It's really focused on paying attention to the specifics of a place in a community.
Great. Thank you so much, Holly, and thank you, Claudio, for the question. Any other questions from the audience? It looks like we had one come up here online, or a couple, from Tom Osden Schilling regarding both questions. Compensation for Navajo uranium workers following the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act is a good example of environmental justice cost that wasn't properly accounted for. I don't know if you want to follow up on that, Holly.
Just to say, I agree completely. It's painful to watch how long this has been an injustice and a concern. And it's an example I teach about in my environmental justice class, and the students are shocked at the long inaction. So I think we have so many examples of what not to do. And with this huge expansion of mining, I hope we can really look at and reckon with and learn from those examples and really take a new approach to this probably coming wave of extraction.
Great, thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions from the live audience, so we'll take one more question from online, and then we'll move forward with the agenda. So the final one is from Atta Oremen. How will we address the health issues / environmental impacts from processing of metals / critical metals such as rare earths, etc.?
I mean, that's a very central question. And in terms of how we address it on a technical level, I will leave that to some of the experts who may be participating later on. I think from a policy level, I mean, it's, this is something that when there's a request for information, I hope that a lot of people will weigh in with their suggestions about what they would like the safeguards to look like in terms of having information, having transparent data about these impacts, and so on. What does the community want the government to do in terms of putting into place standards and safeguards that may exceed what we already have?
Great, thank you so much, Holly. If those of us in the room could give Holly a round of applause.
Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker to give a critical materials overview from the DOE perspective is Dr. Diana Bauer, Acting Deputy Director of the Advanced Manufacturing Office in DOE's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. Dr. Bauer, just give me 1 second while I pull up your slides.
Hi, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be speaking in person. I, haven't been doing that much lately, and it's nice to get back into it. Thank you for having me today. My remarks are going to build on what you heard from Briggs and Holly earlier, and I'm going to focus a bit more on kind of the framing for our R&D or our RD&D within DOE. Also just kind of tee us up to the breakouts that are coming up. How do you suggest I advance slides here? This one? Yeah. Okay. I'm used to the arrow keys. As I mentioned, first I'll give you a little bit of background on critical minerals and materials, and we've already heard some background, so I'll try not to dwell too much and be too repetitive. We'll talk about the DOE vision and strategy, and this is, I think, giving a little bit more detail to what you've heard in the previous two talks. I'll talk a bit about the technical research portfolio and sort of how it aligns with the goals we're talking about here. And then finally, I'll close with kind of a bridge to the breakouts that are coming after my talk. All right, we mastered it. So you saw this figure in Holly's slide. These are some projections from the International Energy Agency looking at, okay, if we really pursue this clean energy economy, what does it mean for minerals demand? And so you can see that lithium, graphite, cobalt, nickel, and rare earths are all increasing dramatically in demand. So lithium, graphite, cobalt, and nickel are all used in batteries for vehicles. Rare earths are used in magnets for motors for vehicles and also in industry. And then in addition, they're used for wind turbine generators. And I'll just say that, you know, this administration is looking to get to a net zero economy by 2050. And that definitely requires this dramatic ramp up in these clean energy technologies. So it's a systems issue in so many different aspects. And just on this slide, I'll just point out that if we think about neodymium used in magnets, if we increase mining in the US, as we've done over the past number of years, we mine rare earths in Mountain Pass mine in California. If we don't have the processing capabilities domestically, or we don't have the cost-effective processing capabilities domestically, we ship these materials, the concentrate, to, in this case, China for separation. So it actually doesn't really do us much good from a supply chain security perspective to increase mining if we're not thinking about processing. And this particular figure is from a report that was issued earlier this year that included a number of supply chain, like about a dozen supply chain analyses that are important for energy, which I'll talk about a bit later on as well. So we have critical materials, critical minerals, and there's a little bit of subtle difference between the way we think about these at EPA. I mean, I used to work at EPA in this building, so I'm feeling EPA right now. DOE, at DOE, the critical mineral that you see on the second section there, that is primarily defined by USGS and has, we've had a number of lists published by USGS over the last number of years, and that's mostly focused on supply risk, looking at current production. On the other hand, critical materials, which is at the top there, from the DOE perspective, we focus on supply risk, yes, but also importance to energy. Now, DOE has issued a couple of reports, 10 years ago plus in 2010, 2011, kind of mapping various materials to within this matrix, looking at importance to clean energy and importance to energy and supply risk. And we're in the process of updating that analysis. So as we at DOE think about where to focus in the realm of critical materials and critical materials, we use both the USGS critical minerals list and also our analysis on critical materials that also incorporates demand projections, such as what you saw from IEA in the earlier slide. So given all that, we frame our research development and demonstration work within DOE to, first of all, we want to achieve a resilient, diverse, sustainable, and secure domestic mineral and material supply chain. system that helps with this transition. And, you know, there was a conversation in the last presentation and Holly's presentation about getting to sustainable or environmentally sound or environmental justice oriented production. You know, I think from a technical perspective, it can be cheaper to produce with less environmental impact. If you have to use fewer solvents, if you're doing less disruption of the landscape, that actually can be cheaper. I think, you know, targeting the science and the engineering to be low impact is kind of part of the picture. But in terms of the strategy, there's diversifying supply. And so that includes recovering materials and minerals from waste and from you know, legacy mine tailings, from geothermal brines, from a diversity of sources, and also thinking about co-production. There's in the case of rare earths, for example, we may be interested in recovering lithium, but cerium is more abundant than neodymium. And if we can find uses for cerium, then that makes the production of the collection of rare earths more economic. Developing alternatives. So are there substitutes for the materials, substitutes for the technologies within, you know, that we can come up with that would be for more abundant or more available materials. We also want to look at efficiency in manufacturing and efficient use of materials. Can we extract the most functionality from each atom of these critical materials? That then means that we have to produce less, and so that can be both economically and environmentally beneficial. Circular economy, recycling, so that we can use each atom for longer and in more applications. And then in enabling activities such as analysis, et cetera. And then all of this is supported by education and workforce development. We need a workforce to help us achieve this vision. And we are doing this on a material by material basis and collaborating across government. So we, DOE, participate in an interagency subcommittee, the Critical Materials Subcommittee, and all these other agencies also participate. Our primary role is to advance the R&D and demonstration and deployment and the supporting analysis for that. We don't have regulatory authority, but we are, you know, investing, or we anticipate investing more in mining research and development. We partner with other federal agencies. So this subcommittee is developing a federal strategy on critical minerals and is in the process of implementing it as well. And then we have a number of other activities of collaboration. So this is the supply chain report that I mentioned earlier. This was coming out of an executive order in 2021 on secure and sustainable supply chains. The analysis that included magnets, included platinum group metals for catalysts, included semiconductors. All of this analysis is helping us think about the, you know, sort of where the vulnerabilities and opportunities are across supply chains, which, as I mentioned earlier, is really important if we want to benefit from an increase in mining in the US. So here's some of the work that we support in the office, or in the department. Basic science, so for example, separation science, which is really important for production of materials, mining research. The core of our work is really in applied research, and the Critical Materials Institute out of Ames Laboratory or led by Ames Laboratory is really important there. But we also have other work like the Geothermal Lithium Extraction Prize, the ReCell Center, which is focused on battery recycling. And then, the Critical Materials Institute is a partnership sort of a consortium that enables connection to multiple organizations. And CORSIUM Regional Initiatives, which is led by the Fossil Energy Office, or Fossil Energy and Carbon Management Office, is also a kind of partnership type of program. As I mentioned before, we have unconventional and secondary material recovery. So recovery from waste, recovery from recycled feedstocks. And we're working previously, until maybe a couple of years ago, we were mostly focused on research and development. And we've in the past couple of years ramped up our investment in small pilots and demonstrations for minerals processing. And then finally, we do have some loan programs that are starting to enter into the critical materials space. We also announced a workforce development strategy for the manufacturing for manufacturing of lithium batteries in partnership with the Department of Labor and AFL-CIO. And so as part of this, we have 5 pilot training programs in energy and automotive communities. And so this is a type of partnership with industry and labor that we're trying to pursue under this administration. So as we sort of think about our DOE's investments in critical materials, kind of broadly across offices and across the technology TRL spectrum, from basic science to pilots, and also across those 5 pillars that I mentioned earlier. In 2021, we had a budget of about $200 million, but our budget request for 2023 totals $400 million. So we're dramatically ramping up our intended investment in this space. But the story is even bigger than that, because the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, which I will from now on call the bill, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, is giving additional investment that is helping us to to integrate our existing activities and bring in these new activities. So in terms of where we're focusing on neodymium and dysprosium for magnets. And, I've talked about magnets quite a bit already. Lithium, cobalt, and nickel for energy storage, as I've discussed. Iridium and platinum for electrolyzers, platinum for fuel cells, and platinum group metals in general for catalysts. And so as we think about a hydrogen economy, ramping up electrolyzers is going to be really important to produce hydrogen. Also, gallium for wide bandgap semiconductors and LEDs. Wide bandgap semiconductors are really important for power electronics to help with electrification, LEDs for energy efficient lighting, and then finally germanium for microchips. And so these are the kind of mineral by mineral or material by material priorities that we're focusing on based on supply risk and importance to energy. But as I mentioned, we're in the process of doing a more detailed analysis, and so these may adjust in coming years. They will adjust in coming years. So we're in the process of thinking about the investments under this bill provision. And what you see here is the collection of things we're thinking about for rare earth magnets, improved co-production, next generation mining, substitution, circular economy, manufacturing demonstration across the supply chains. For batteries, there's actually a fair amount of other investment in batteries. So we're going to focus on improved co-production and by-production and extraction and processing. For the semiconductor critical materials and minerals, improved co-production and by-production and circular economy. For platinum group metals, co-production and by-production. So you can see, okay, so we have this, and then bringing in the broader context, there are many other bill provisions that connect to these that we're talking about today. And so we're thinking about, making sure that things are harmonized and that the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Holly went into quite a bit more detail, or quite a bit of detail on Justice 40, environmental justice and energy justice. So I'm not going to cover these again, but I just want to underscore that as we're thinking about the research, we want to think about how to embed those considerations and those kind of important goals into the way we think about the research, the technical research. So just to start to summarize here and help to transition us to the next the breakout sessions that are coming in a minute. So our program of research, development, demonstration, and commercialization is seeking to drive this innovation and adoption of science and technology to, as I mentioned before, create responsible material extraction, processing, and manufacturing. So there's a lot of extraction, processing, and manufacturing that's based on fairly dated processes. And I think there's really an opportunity to invest or sort of bring in next generation science to get to this low impact processing and so to reduce environmental impacts and health impacts. So today we're looking on your feedback on how to achieve Justice 40 in a meaningful way. And we also want to make sure we're thinking about economic opportunities for individuals, for people, and for communities as we're doing that. We want to create benefit and opportunities that do hold up these principles of equity, environment, and environmental justice and energy justice. We think that education and workforce training is really important to build the next generation of folks or redevelop the current generation of folks to be able to take on these jobs that we're creating through this program. And we want to understand any concerns that are out there and how can we address those concerns. And, if you have any suggestions for how we can do really well at community engagement, we'll take those as well. So yeah, so as I said, we're in listening mode and we want to hear your ideas and also your concerns. There'll be, after the break, there'll be 3 breakout sessions, one on equity, environmental, and energy justice, one on partnering and engagement with DOE and awardees, and the third on considerations for implementation. So this is the first workshop. There'll be additional workshops on July 4th, 14th, and 19th. We're working on an RFI that we intend to release in mid to late July. Your input today, as well as for the RFI, may be used for our planning purposes. And that's it. So thanks, everyone. And I'm ready for questions if we have time.
Great. Thank you so much, Dr. Bauer. Yeah, if you are in the room, please raise your hand and I'll pass over the mic.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. I'm Emma. I work with GreenMet. It's a project finance company at every step of the supply chain. And we've enjoyed working with the FECM office. So I was just wondering if you could speak to the relationship of your office, the AMO office, with FECM and the best ways for industry to engage with both offices as they work to secure the entire supply chain critical materials.
Yeah, so I will say that FECM and AMO are working very closely together on this whole agenda for the department. And, the Office of Science is also participating. Some of the other offices are also participating. In terms of how to work with us, I think, you're welcome to send me an email asking to meet. You can send Helena Kazdosian an email asking to meet. I think part of it might just be that, I think, yeah, I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you for the presentation. Very, very comprehensive. Since you mentioned the RFI, is there anything you can say about it, what it might cover in general? Because there's a lot of different research areas that you talked about. Does it cover all of them, or is there a specific focus?
I will say that it's going to be pretty comprehensive. So yeah, there will be a lot of questions on it. I think what I would encourage folks to do, if you're interested in responding to the RFI, to pick out the questions that you're most interested in responding to and focus on those. So I would say that if you're you're interested in anything, just you should prioritize. We're not going to prioritize in the RFI, is I guess what I would say.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer, for your talk. I am a reporter at S&P Global Commodity Insights, and I know you were talking about this distinction about critical minerals and critical materials, and I want to ask, how does the DOE, in your experience, choose to think about minerals not explicitly labeled as critical, but still important in the energy transition? So for example, copper, it's not on the DOI's list of critical minerals, but it's still involved in many clean energy technologies.
Yeah, I think, speaking as someone in the advanced manufacturing office, in general, material supply chains are really important. And as we as we kind of shift around our energy technologies, our vehicle technologies, we're bound to, kind of change demand profiles for certain things. So copper is an example of a material that's important. And so, I think in that case, it's important for us to think about, production and, think similarly about the supply chain to the way we think about critical materials. And certainly the Advanced Manufacturing Office has a strong focus on materials in general. So critical materials are just kind of a subset of materials.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer, for your presentation. Could you speak to I noticed on your critical minerals list that helium wasn't mentioned there, and helium is an important component in the manufacturing process of many of these components that we're talking about, or these products. Could you speak to the use of helium and the inclusion of helium in some of these programs?
Yeah, so I will say that, as I mentioned, we're in the process of doing an updated criticality assessment. And certainly we will consider helium as we do that. You know, I think helium has some unique attributes in the supply in the sense that we've had a stockpile, and that's been the situation on the stockpile has been evolving. There's basically some complexities on the supply side that also then, you know, mean that the demand, the folks on the demand side are, you know, wanting to ensure that we have supply. So we will take a look at that as we're doing the update to the assessment, and see what the supply demand picture looks like now.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. We have a question online. In central Pennsylvania, we are aware of very high readings of rare earths encapsulated in a clay seam, mostly between the upper and lower Mahoning coal seams, including lithium, manganese, and germanium. However, development seems to be very slow. What can we do to help spur this along?
So I guess so is this a developer who's asking the question?
That is a good question.
I mean, I think in general, you know, production just takes time, not just to, I mean, even to just scale up the technical systems. So without more information, it's hard to know what the issue is. I think producing rare earths is very challenging, and that's part of why, you know, why we are concerned about them. So, you know.
Fair enough. Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Not seeing any and not seeing any online. Thank you so much, Dr. Bauer.
Yep.
If we could all just give her a round of applause. So we've cut into our break a tiny bit. So what we'll do is kind of reconvene here at 10:35, at which point we will sort out into our breakout groups. And for those online, I just want to let you know that we are planning to have breakout groups online as well. So please stay on, and we will split you into those groups and get those started once the break's over. All right, thank you, everyone. If we could come back to our seats so we can split into our first set of breakout sessions. For those of you who are online, I am going to open up 2 breakout groups that will be facilitated by Aubrey and Stuart. So in just a moment, you should see a message pop up sending you to your room. So once you see that message pop up, go ahead and click join. All right, thank you for everyone's patience. We're gonna get started with the rest of the workshop, and our next speaker is Dr. Christy Veeder, Senior Advisor in the Office of Energy Jobs at the U.S. Department of Energy, to discuss how DOE engages with labor. Christy, I have your presentation up, so if you just want to go ahead and unmute yourself, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you, Alex. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, if you could speak a tiny bit louder, that would be great.
Okay, sure thing. Greetings, everybody. I'm very glad to have the chance to be here with you today. My name's Christy Veeder. As Alex mentioned, I'm a senior advisor in DOE's Office of Policy, working in the Energy Jobs team. And I focus on all the different ways that DOE can embed good jobs and quality job creation with equitable access in DOE programs and all other things that DOE is engaged in and supports. And I'm going to be talking about how DOE engages with labor stakeholders, specifically and especially in the context of our bill programs, bipartisan infrastructure law programs. Next slide, please, Alex. If any of you have seen or been there for any of Secretary Granholm's public appearances, chances are very good that you've heard her speak with enthusiasm about the importance and the priority that DOE is placing on job creation, job quality, and job access all across the energy enterprise. This is something that has been very important to her throughout her career, and is something that has been a huge focus all across DOE, ever since the start of the administration. Next slide, please. Secretary Granholm's priority and emphasis on this is definitely very much in keeping with the White House's very, clearly and long articulated views on the importance of good job creation, supporting union jobs in all different parts of the American economy, especially around climate change and the energy sector. And this is something that has been embedded in a range of different executive orders, and certainly has been part of the president's dialogue, since the very beginning. And DOE stands firmly behind the White House in supporting these priorities. Next slide, please. It's truly exciting and really a rare moment to be able to be at DOE during the time of implementing the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. It's tremendous to have the chance to be reaching for such ambitious and overarching economic and equity goals in the course of implementing such a truly significant amount of funding. As has been said, a once in a generation amount of investment in DOE's programs. Some of the main overarching goals that we have with implementing bill funding are laid out on this slide, and they're quite significant. They're really looking to find ways to substantially strengthen and lift up all different parts of how energy impacts our national prosperity. And I realize that, it's very high level wording. I can't overestimate how sort of sincerely and fundamentally all different staff and DOE offices are working to make sure that we're doing as much as we can to accomplish each of these things in all of our bill programs. To go through the items on the list, funding programs that can enable our economy to become more resilient, equitable, and sustainable. We really want to make sure that a transition to cleaner energy is something that can help us, with national resiliency, and also that those benefits can be shared by all Americans in all different parts of the country. Enhancing US competitiveness on the international stage is definitely something that we want to be baking into all the different relevant provisions of the bill, making sure that we can, be contributing in every way possible on the international level through the energy work that we're doing. Also diversifying regional economies, especially around manufacturing and supply chain issues. It's a very powerful moment that we stand at, where we have so many significant opportunities to fund really critical parts of our manufacturing sector, as I'm sure many of you have been thinking about in the context of everything that's been discussed so far today. And definitely ensuring that greater access to economic and other benefits are felt by underserved communities, historically marginalized communities, rural communities, environmental justice communities, and also the fossil fuel communities that Briggs spoke about earlier today. We will not succeed if we do not make sure that the benefits and the upsides of all the work that we're doing are perceptible and meaningful, and make a difference in the lives of folks in these parts of the country as well. And underlying all this is the need to support the creation of good jobs with the free and fair chance to join a union. That is, a key underpinning of achieving all of the other items on this slide. To back up a little bit further, it's not just the jobs, it's not just the communities, it's not just international competitiveness. All of these factors are going to interact with each other. The success of each of these factors depends on the success of all of them. And we're very eager to support each of these goals and make sure that we're achieving all of them, because they all relate to DOE's overarching mission of improving the economic prosperity of American people. Next slide, please. DOE's outreach to labor and workforce groups is certainly not new. It's something that DOE program offices have been including in their work for a long time now. There's a range of different ways in which DOE is supporting workforce development and good jobs. Just a couple of them on this slide. One is the Weatherization Assistance Program, which has and continues to provide opportunities to train workers who are interested in getting started in those kinds of careers and learning about how to do weatherization work. Also, we have DOE's Better Buildings Accelerator, which is a partnership that brings together a range of different stakeholders to share best practices and coordinate on all different aspects of building more energy efficient, smart, cleaner buildings, and certainly training the workforce that can do that well is an important part of that. Certainly one thing that's developed since 2021 is that we've been able to do a lot to grow our internal resources and staffing power so that we can do more comprehensive coordinated outreach on labor issues. So we now have a larger group of people within the agency who are working on that, including myself. And as part of that growth and capacity, we're able to engage earlier, more frequently, and more proactively with unions and other stakeholders on all the different programs that are going on at DOE. And that's been a really terrific development. Next slide, please. How DOE engages with labor closely parallels our engagement with all of the other stakeholders that we work with. We strongly encourage input from unions and labor groups through all parts of the funding opportunity design and development process, from the request for information stage all the way through the postings of funding opportunity announcements or FOAs. All the input that we get on workforce and labor is really, really valuable and is taken very seriously by all members of the program office staff that create our funding opportunities. So please know that all of your input in that regard is greatly appreciated by us. We do everything that we can to respond promptly to requests for information and meeting requests from labor stakeholders. We regularly hold different labor-focused stakeholder roundtables, specifically to gather information and input on workforce for different types of initiatives and programs that we do. And DOE also has the Labor Working Group, which is our forum for gathering together unions to share information on significant developments. We had a couple of them last year on topics related to the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and it's something that we certainly are planning to continue going forward on a range of different topics, some of which will be discussed in some of the upcoming slides. Next slide, please. I wanted to talk a little bit about the workforce priorities that we're building into our build programs and our funding opportunities for the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. We want to make sure that we're doing as much as we can to encourage applicants to be incorporating the kinds of labor considerations that we're thinking about and the administration is thinking about across all different arms of the federal government. A key part of that is things like strong health and safety standards so that workers can feel confident that all the necessary safeguards are in place to keep them from getting hurt or injured on the job, and that the right supports are there so that if an accident does happen, there are good ways that they can be taken care of, including things like predictable work schedules so that workers can have the opportunity to plan and take care of the other aspects of their lives outside of work, something that I know we all certainly value and rely upon. And things like processes for fair and just dispute resolution so that when challenges come up or complexities need to be addressed, that there can be good, fair, clear pathways for workers to resolve those issues. High road workforce development is another consideration that we're really encouraging funding applicants to think about, including ways to provide meaningful access to careers in the energy sector for marginalized or historically underrepresented workers, folks like people of color, women, veterans, returning citizens, folks who, for whatever reason, may not have had as easy a time getting into these careers in the past, or have particular challenges now. If we can, everything that we can do to make sure that the jobs that are being created through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law can be available to all folks, especially folks who could really benefit from access to a good career in the energy sector. We want to make sure that happens. And certainly also supporting apprenticeship programs where workers can be earning a good wage while also getting a combination of classroom training and on-the-job learning. That's something that the administration is definitely very firmly in support of. Also quality pre-apprenticeship programs that can set workers up for success once they enter into apprenticeship. And those pre-apprenticeship programs often include basic technical skills, as well as wraparound supports such as transportation assistance, help with childcare, substance abuse counseling, all the kinds of things that can set a worker up for success when they're beginning a new career. And certainly making sure that the jobs that are created through bill funding pay competitive wages and offer the free and fair chance to join a union. Having jobs where there's a place for workers to have voice on the jobs is something that we think is really effective part of building a strong energy sector workforce. Next slide, please. In addition to all the different things that are going on at DOE with labor outreach and building these considerations into our bipartisan infrastructure law programs, I also wanted to mention the wide array of different efforts that are taking place across the federal agency landscape and are specifically led by the White House. Some of you may have attended or heard about Department of Labor's Good Jobs Summit, which happened last week. This is part of DOL's Good Jobs Initiative, which is the framework that they've set up to do a range of different things around good job creation, including making sure that stakeholders, applicants that are applying for or interested in bill programs, and also the agencies like DOE that are implementing those programs can be aware of all the different options that are available to them for making sure good job creation and equitable job creation is baked into that. DOE also recently signed a memorandum of understanding with DOL, formalizing our collaborative effort on doing that. There's also the Interagency Working Group on Coal and Power Plant Communities, which Briggs spoke to you about this morning, which is a terrific multi-agency effort to make sure that communities that have historically relied on coal production and coal-fired power plant production have full awareness, access, and supports for accessing federal funding that can help them with economic revitalization. There's also the White House Task Force on Worker Organizing and Empowerment. There's the recently announced White House Talent Pipeline Challenge, which is a summer-long initiative to encourage employers in the broadband, construction, battery manufacturing, and EV charging infrastructure sectors to commit to job training programs for new employees. There's a whole range of other interagency policy committees that are always addressing a range of different worker and labor focused issues. And there's, in addition to that, the recently announced Defense Production Act authority that DOE has to support and accelerate the manufacture of some strategic clean energy technologies, which we're very excited to be setting up stakeholder outreach on over the coming months. Next slide, please. I'm a little bit over my time, so I'll wrap up quickly. I know that there's a breakout session coming up after this. I think, there'll probably be a range of topics that you'll be discussing there, but we're eager to hear any thoughts that you have either in those breakout sessions or at any point in the future about how you're forecasting what your workforce needs are going to be looking like. What are your plans for quality job creation with equitable access? How are you thinking about that in the context of your future work with DOE and, more broader and longer term in general? Any challenges and opportunities that you're thinking about, have questions about, if you have ideas for ways in which we can help you or what kinds of support could be useful for you in thinking about those questions, please feel free to reach out to us anytime. Next slide, please. I'm including my email address here in case anyone would like to get in touch with me. I'd be more than happy to connect with you. And also, this has probably been mentioned before, but here is the URL for our Bipartisan Infrastructure Law program page, which is regularly updated with all of our funding opportunity announcements, requests for information, notices of intent. Everything about our build programs is available there for you anytime. So thank you so much. I'm sorry to have gone on a little bit long, but very grateful for your time and for your participation in this workshop.
Thank you so much, Christy. Really appreciate you taking the time to present this to us today. With that, we'll move into Q&A. If anyone in person has any questions or comments, please feel free to raise your hand and we'll pass the mic to you. For those who are joining us online, please feel free to enter any comments or questions that you may have in the chat.
Hi, thanks for the overview. I had a question about education and whether your office is involved with universities or other organizations in specifically offering different kinds of education, especially for low income rural communities, to help them get into higher end jobs than they would qualify for now.
That's a great question. There are a range of different DOE program offices that have programs or are or do regular competitions at the college and university level to encourage students into these different energy sector careers. My understanding is that AMO, the Advanced Manufacturing Office in particular, has been looking to expand its Industrial Assessment Centers program to include more involvement in different parts of the country and certainly for more minority serving institutions for bringing students into those jobs. It's certainly a topic that a number of program offices and folks at all levels of DOE are sensitive to and very interested in. It's also a subject that was emphasized in the supply chain reports that DOE published back in February, outlining all the different supply chain considerations, challenges, and opportunities for, I believe, 13 different specific parts of the energy sector and overall. So thank you for flagging that. We completely agree. It's something that's very important, and it's something we want to continue to support going forward.
And this is the same question. I have a follow-up question. In terms of actualizing that, and I have a faculty position at George Washington University in which we're developing certificate programs, and there are other universities doing the same thing, which are kind of bite-sized ways of educating a workforce very quickly. You know, I joke and I call this getting the banana without the peel. And I was wondering if there's any interest in that, maybe from your office or across DOE, to engage with programs like these, you know, the ones we run and others, that can really educate a workforce really quickly.
That's a great question. If you would be so kind as to reach out to me offline over email, then we could, you know, take some of the first steps to figure out what could be a good way for you to engage on that.
Great. Thank you so much, Christy. Not seeing any other hands in the room or any questions in the chat. If everyone in the room could just give Christy a round of applause. And with that, we will move into our next breakout session of the day, partnering and engagement with DOE and awardees. And then we'll take a short break and then have our last breakout session, considerations for implementation. Similar to the morning session, we'll have our in-person breakout will be in here. And looking at our numbers, we'll just keep everyone in this room. We won't have a group go upstairs. For those who are online, we will split you into two breakout rooms. Some of you will go to the same one that you were in earlier, and then others will be assigned to a new room. But with that, let's start the breakouts. And if everyone just wants to kind of gather up front on these two tables, that'd be great. I think pretty much good. We have a couple facilitators who are up there. Nice.
So we want to do just a quick reintroduction. Let us know if you guys can't hear us. Yeah, I'll just scream a little, sharing a hotel room, like everybody's cranked in. All right, you got this. So good to meet the rest of you. I know I met some of you upstairs. My name is Jackie Ferber. I'm a project manager at Netl. So no scientific background, so don't hold me to that. But look forward to this.
A funding opportunity is what we issue under financial assistance. This is the mechanism here we use to look for application. And to ultimately review them and select and negotiate financial assistance agreements. Here under financial assistance, as you can see, we have 20% cost share and a 50% cost share requirement. Asking 2005. We issued either cooperative agreements grant. Cooperative agreements have substantial involvement by the government. Substantial involvement, for those of you who haven't had any awards with the federal government, DOE, under financial assistance, it is the listing of roles and responsibilities that both DOE and the recipient will have in this collaborative project. The other option is to issue a grant for the project, but there is no substantial involvement. However, there is oversight. Profit and fee are not allowable under financial assistance awards. Financial assistance regulations that are governed financial assistance projects are 2 CFR 200. Switching topics to acquisition. Acquisition is what we issue contracts under in the federal government. They're typically either for a good or service needed by the government to benefit the government and the government only. Typically, we issue cost reimbursement type contracts, and fixed price are the most typical. Cost share is not typical under acquisition type of actions. The profit and fee are allowable, have to be reasonable within the regulations, which are the FAR, which is the Federal Acquisition Regulations that govern contracts under the federal government. Next slide, please, Alex. So after this slide, from this slide on, I just want to note that everything that I'll be going over is basically going to be regarding around financial assistance and how to do business with the government under financial assistance. So here, you always see the government will issue sometimes what's called requests for information, notice of intent, and ultimately our funding opportunity. So what's the difference between them? A request for information is us asking stakeholders in the public to provide information back to us to certain aspects that we may have questions on to help further the government's needs or define an objective for potential FOA. The notice of intent is a formal announcement to the public of the government's intent to issue a funding opportunity announcement. Now, the funding opportunity NOE here, we do not ask for any feedback on, and we will not provide any response because this is the point where we're getting ready to issue a requirement underneath the funding opportunity announcement. So the funding opportunity announcement, that's the announcement where the government is accepting applications for particular research, development, demonstration activities. These will include all the details you need to know about submitting an application to which a financial assistance award will be issued. Go to the next slide, please. Here is where you'll see these three sites here: the NETL business page, FedConnect, and grants.gov. These are where we issue the RFIs, NOEs, and the FOAs are posted. The NETL business page here, if you click on that or go to netl.doe.gov and go to the business page, you'll be able to go in there and look at what now is called we have a hub, it's a solicitations hub. And in there is a listing of all of our current activities that are going on under both financial assistance and acquisition, and it further defines whether or not those activities are bill related or under annual appropriations. The next area there, the FedConnect area, is where we actually issue all of our announcements underneath financial assistance. Everything will be there from our announcement to the RFI to the NOE. Same thing with grants.gov, the information will be there. Grants.gov is actually where you're going to apply for a FOA to participate under the financial assistance. Next slide. Here's a topic, it's an interesting topic, it's pre-award costs. These are costs of once you've been selected underneath the financial assistance opportunity announcement. And these are costs that are incurred by the recipient at risk once you've been selected prior to the award being negotiated. As you'll see there, 2 CFR 200-458 further defines pre-award cost. The cost must be within scope, allowable, reasonable, and within the selected project scope and in accordance with the applicable cost principles. The contracting officer's approval is typically not required within the 90 days of the award being approved. Anything outside of that 90 days, the CO approval will be required. Next slide, please. Here are the roles and the responsibilities of the main team that you'll basically deal with underneath an FOA, or if you're selected for a project with DOE. These are the integrated technical teams that define and solicit, negotiate, manage, and deliver federally sponsored research and development and demonstration benefits to the nation. The FPM, which is the Federal Project Manager, oversees the day-to-day aspects associated with awards, corresponds with recipient technical point of contact to ensure completion of technical requirements and milestones. The contract specialist or the grants management specialist oversees the day-to-day business management and non-technical aspects of the awards. Works closely with the recipient business point of contact to resolve issues associated with award terms, conditions, and other business-related activities. The contracting officer is the DOE official authorized to execute financial assistance awards. Only an individual that is authorized to obligate funds and make official changes to financial assistance awards. Oversees the business and management and non-program aspects of the financial assistance process. Ultimately, at the end of the day, they're the signature authority that can enforce changes within the agreement. The next slide, please. So here are some actions that you're going to need to complete prior to submitting to an FOA. Up here, it says please take at least 44 days to complete the process. I would highly recommend, if you haven't done this yet, that you start it as soon as possible. As you'll see here, there was an update to where we're not using DUNS any longer, and it's going to be the UEI. So first, I'll start with the SAM registration here. SAM, you go online to the register through the SAM, submit an application, and to get your information updated in SAM, because you have to be registered for all 4 of these entities to be able to, these activities to be able to get a financial assistance award and to do business with the government. The next thing is the unique entity identifier. This replaces DUNS. On April 4th, the federal government replaced DUNS number, UEI, as the primary means to identify identification for federal awards. The UEI is already available on the SAM registration record as outlined. The site, I was on the site yesterday and today, and there's a message that pops up as soon as you get on the SAM regarding this change. Next thing you will need to do is register at grants.gov. An authorized organizational representative must register here. You will send business contact. The email will get sent to the business contact, POC listed in SAM, and the approved AOR registration. The AOR verifies the registration was then completed, and then you'll need to register in FedConnect. These things can all seem overwhelming, but the process has evolved over time and has become quite user-friendly with advances in the software. Next slide, please. Here's how you can access NETL FOAs and solicitations in the FedConnect system. You'll go to the fedconnect.net, the internet browser, click on Search Public Opportunities. Next slide, please. Once you're there, you'll go to the Search the Opportunities, select the issuing office and the type, which will be NETL. Click on Search and then click Title of the announcement to view. This will then bring up any of the solicitations or the financial assistance opportunities that NETL has issued. You'll see NOEs here and even RFIs posted here. Next slide. Here's how once you're in there and you click on that, the NETL on the body, when you've done your search, you will see that there is a FOA. The FOA that you click on, this will provide the information to you. This will show you that there's the body, which is the actual FOA announcement. If you notice below that, they'll see that there was an amendment issued. Those will also show up as well. And these are typically the changes that are summarized in the FOA. When you click on these, if there's an amendment, the FOA has pages on there that show a high-level overview of changes that have been made, and it's typically shown in track changes or in a font of a different color, just so that it's highlighted that everybody knows there's been a change made. The next slide, please. Once you open the file and you click Open on the body, you'll see that it'll download the financial assistance opportunity. Again, pretty user-friendly to do this. So next slide, please. Here, this is when you're accessing the FOAs and solicitations in FedConnect. You need to click on Register Now to submit questions, receive emails concerning the updates and the amendments, create and manage a response team, and submit responses directly to the site. So you can see there it's circled, just Register Now underneath that FOA. Next slide. Here then, this is where you'll then sign in to submit questions underneath this solicitation or funding opportunity announcement. This is once you've been registered in the system. Once you sign, you'll be able to see all the FOAs you have registered for to follow or interested in for your organization. Next slide. This here is when you're into that funding opportunity announcement on this slide, and in this particular section in FedConnect. This allows the organization also to have multiple people. You join the team. So essentially here, This is where you have your full access view to changes to the FOA, questions submitted that have been responded to the government, and questions that the government has answered back to the public or that have been answered privately. I would like to note at times, questions are only responded to an entity submitting the question when information provided as part of the question is something we consider business confidential or something related to a particular applicant's technology or proposed technology. That being said, keep in mind questions should be general in nature and should not contain business sensitive information. Furthermore, we ask that all questions be specific as possible without containing that information. If a FOA has multiple FOAs, or areas of interest, please be specific to which area of interest you are asking the question. Next slide. Here's when you click on the questions and you join the FOA team, this is where you'll see the inbox on your side. And you'll be able to see questions that have already been submitted by other vendors / applicants up here. The word vendors up here in this section that's being used is referring to other potential applicants. Those will be the responses that are issued back to the public. These would have responses to questions that were supplied to your organization, or even responses that reply back to your organization that were not provided to the public. Again, it looks like a basic email account in there. As you can see, it states that if the response is public or not public over there in one of the columns. This is like the email account, as I mentioned, to the particular fellow which you're registered for. Next slide, please. In closing, these are the 3 sites that you will see information on regarding NETL business-related opportunities. Specifically, the NETL site will have NETL business opportunities only, but the other 2 will have opportunities across the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Really, really comprehensive overview of doing business with NETL, and I think will be very useful for prospective applicants here. Next up, as I stop my screen sharing, we have Heather Quenfield, also of the National Energy Technology Laboratory, to discuss NETL project management policies.
Hi, Alex. I hope you can hear me and see my slides.
I can hear you, see you, and I see your slides.
Oh, excellent. All right. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Heather Quadenfeld. I am the Deputy Director for the Technology Development Center here at NETL. And that is the center where all of our project managers reside. And what I want to talk to you a little bit about today is the role of the project management in soliciting for the award, and then what we do with the recipients when we negotiate for the new award, and then what we do with the recipients after the award is made. So this will help you for the potential recipients out there get a feel for how we'll work with you once you get an award. I have a lot of slides here, and I'm really going to skip to the meat of the matter because I don't have a lot of time. So, and you guys have all this, and you'll get all of this in great backup material. So when you get the slides, you can take a look at all those slides I just skipped. That's just like background about project management at NETL. Okay, I'm going to start with this slide. So what this slide shows you is all of the steps we take to put a solicitation out there to get a new award, okay? And I'm just gonna start, I think, is this blocking you? I'm gonna hide that. Okay, I'm just gonna start from the left here and move over to the right. So the first step in the process of getting a new award is the Department of Energy works closely. We have technology experts at NETL. We have headquarter program managers that are technology experts. We have our project management staff at NETL. And together we work on planning the FOA. What are the goals, objectives, and scope of the FOA? What kind of new projects do we need? And we work closely together on this blue box here in planning the FOA, planning the solicitation announcement. Then once the solicitation announcement is pretty much planned, the other piece we need to do, this new orange spot here, is we have to define how we are going to evaluate and select projects. So our project managers are really involved in, you know, what is the merit review criteria? Let's define that. And then that's what we will use to evaluate proposals or applications once they come in. And together, this FOA planning document and this evaluation and selection plan, together with just basic instructions and directions for FOAs, that's what goes into the funding opportunity announcement, which is this green box here. So the project management staff, the planning staff, headquarter program staff, we work closely with the procurement staff, Jeff Kuzer's group, to formulate the announcement and to get the announcement out the door. And that's what you will see. That FOA is what you will see in grants.gov and FedConnect. That's what you're going to respond to. And one tip or trick that I have for all of potential applicants out there is when you see an announcement, this might seem like, you know, like not really a tip or trick, but I'm telling you, you have to do this. You have to read it, and you got to read the instructions. You have to be responsive to what we're asking for, and you have to follow the instructions that we have in there. If you don't, well, I should just say, if you do that, you will have a leg up, right? You will already, you know, get your foot in the door, and you'll have a solid application that we can review. Too often people just don't do that, and it's really unfortunate. So make sure you please read the announcement, read what we're asking for, and follow the instructions that are in the announcement. It's a critical document for you. Okay. Then once the FOA closes and we get all of our applications, the next step in the process is for that application review. And what we do is we have, again, technical experts from across NETL and our planning group and our project management group, together with headquarters program managers. We form scoring or application review teams. We identify strengths and weaknesses of the proposals. Then we have a smaller group of people, which we call the merit review panel. And they do the actual, they come to consensus on the strengths and weaknesses, and then they actually score the proposals. After this application review, the result is a ranking of the applications from, you know, highest scored to lowest scored. And we take that information and we share that with the selecting official. So there's someone designated as the selecting official, and we will meet with that selecting official, and we'll talk to that individual about why the proposals were ranked the way they are, what the strengths and weaknesses are of the proposals. So that selection official has everything they need in order to make a selection on the funding opportunity announcement. So the next step in the process is to actually craft that selection statement, and that selection statement will say what applications are selected for negotiation leading up to award and what the funding value is for each one of those applications. Once we have the selection statement, we do all of our proper notifications. We notify the applicants. We let them know that they have been selected for negotiations leading to award. We notify the ones that were unfortunate and that we couldn't select. And then we also notify the public and let people know what we have selected. One thing about notification, if you receive a letter that says your application was selected for notification to award, please pay close attention to that letter. That letter will have additional instructions in it because we need more information from you in order to do the negotiations so that we can eventually award. And that gets into my next slide. So these are the documents that we need in order to put an award in place. And so when we talk about negotiations, when we talk about the project management staff and the procurement staff together negotiating with the recipient, the principal investigator, and the business point of contact to put an award in place, we're talking about these key documents. And I'm just going to step through them real quickly with you. The first is what we call the SOPO. What that stands for is the Statement of Project Objectives. And that's the listing of, you know, first of all, it says this is the scope of the award. And then it's a document that says, here are the tasks that I'm going to take to accomplish these objectives. Here are some of the milestones. Here's our deliverables, what we're going to deliver to you by the end of the project. We call that the statement of project objectives. Now, you may have submitted one with the application, but there's always a negotiation that happens during that, once you were selected and award, because we want to make sure that SOPO is as solid as it possibly can be. So that starts the negotiation. The project manager will reach out to the PI and they'll start working on that SOPO. Once we have a solid SOPO, once we have something in place that we say, yeah, these are the tasks, this is what we want to do, then we need a solid budget. And so the budget, you likely submitted a budget with I know you submitted a budget with the application, but at this point now we renegotiated the SOPO a little bit. And so we need to tighten up the budget, and we need details on the budget, and we need information on personnel and like who's going to be working on the project and what their rates are. And then we need information on their travel budget. We need information on what equipment you're going to purchase. We need information on supplies and materials. We need information on other direct costs. So there's lots of information we need in order to do a proper, and that's what this next box is, technical evaluation of budget. So we need all these budget details from the recipient and all the sub-recipients so that we can do a thorough technical evaluation of budget. And this is where, first of all, the project managers are responsible for the technical evaluation of budget. They're going to be doing that with the information that the recipient provides. And I have to say, when we talk about negotiations taking a long time, when it's a long time between getting that notification letter that you were selected for a new project and actually putting the award in place, probably the longest lead time is this technical evaluation of budget and getting enough budget details so that we can do a thorough technical evaluation of budget. So my suggestion is, again, make sure all the recipients, if you do get selected for an award, make sure you're real responsive to our emails and our various questions, and just realize we got to dig into it and we got to get all the details on that budget. Okay, so now we have a SOPO in place, we have a budget in place. We also need to worry about NEPA. So that is something that Fred talked about. You likely submitted an environmental questionnaire with the application. We will take that information, we will share it with Fred's team, and we will get a NEPA justification done. It'll either be a categorical exclusion, a CX, or we may need to do an environmental assessment or something like that. So that is the next step. Once we get the SOPA budget, then need to take care of NEPA. The other thing we need to take care of is doing an assessment of risk. So we do this initial assessment of project risk. We look at everything from what are the management risks, what are the technical risks, what are the schedule risks, what are the budget risks. And when we do an initial assessment of risk, that is something that the project manager does with the procurement staff. So I don't think really the recipient is much involved in the risk profile, except to answer maybe a few questions. But the other thing we need to do, and this is highlighted in blue, that does require a great bit of negotiation with the recipient, is identifying the intellectual property and all the data rights. So as a recipient goes into a project, they may have some intellectual property that they own that they want to use in the project. And so that's what we call, in government terms, we call that limited rights data. So we don't really have, the Department of Energy doesn't have rights to that data. We may see it, we may use it, but we don't have rights to that data. And so what we'll do is we'll negotiate with the recipient so that we identify what is that limited rights data, and we'll actually make a list of limited rights data. The other thing we do is, once over the course of the award, we will generate data and we will generate IP. And so what we have to do is identify the unlimited rights data. That's the data that the government has unlimited rights to, because you're generating that data information over the course of the award. So we have limited rights data and unlimited rights data. And what will happen is the project manager will work closely with the PI to generate those lists of limited rights, unlimited rights. We also have data rights called protected data, but that's just another listing of data. So we get the IP negotiated, and then we have to create what is called a data management plan. You likely submitted a data management plan with the application, but this is something that we usually fine tune during negotiation. And what this data management plan is, it's just a document that describes how the recipient is going to manage data throughout the life of the project. So that's another document that we need before we actually can put the award in place. These last two, the PMP and the TMP, the project that stands for Project Management and Technology Maturation Plan. Both of these plans we don't really need when we're putting an award in place. We usually get them right after the award is made, so they're not as critical as these upper top 6 items. This last item in green, again, that's not as critical. It's something that we're going to ask for you though very early on in the process. What the PMP is, that stands for Project Management Plan, and that's just a document that describes how what your approach to the project is, who your team members are, how you're going to evaluate risk, what milestones do you have, what's your cost plan, what's your schedule plan. It basically lays the foundation for the project and the approach to the project. The Technology Maturation Plan tells us how technology is going to be developed over the course of the project. So we'll ask for you, for example, for the initial technology readiness level of your technology going into the project and how that will mature over the course of the project and what you anticipate the final technology readiness level to be. So again, that PMP and TMP, that's not something we need before award can be made. It's something that we'll be asking for very early on. It is a key project document. Okay, so once we get the award made, then the project manager will work very closely with the recipient to execute the project. So that's what this slide talks about, all these kind of touch points we have with the recipient on certain items. The first is this kickoff presentation. Within 90 days or so after the award is made, we will ask the recipient to host a kickoff presentation. And typically what that is the recipient will just tell us what they're going to do with the award dollars, what some of the key deliverables are, what their milestones are, all that business. And it's really a great, it lays again the foundation for the project, and it's a really great opportunity for others in the department to find out what's going on with this project. So in the audience, you'll have not only the project manager and the contract specialist that you work so closely with in negotiating the award, but you'll have the team of technical experts that the project manager works with. The DOE technology manager will be in there. The program manager will be in the room. So it's a really good opportunity for everyone to know what you're doing in this project, okay? So that kind of, again, lays the foundation that happens within 90 days. That's the kickoff presentation. Then over the course of the award, you will be responsible for periodic reporting. And you'll be, so every quarter you will have to submit a technical project report and or technical performance report and a financial status report. So 2 reports, one on the technical side, one on the financial side. So on the technical side, you'll talk about like how things are going, what you accomplished over the last quarter. You'll talk about any milestones that were met. You'll mention any schedule issues, or just any issues in general. So that's the technical progress report. And that's really what the project manager is focused on. But actually the CS also reviews that. The contract specialist also reviews that. Then you have the financial status report, and what that gives us is the status of how much money you've spent, how much cost share you've provided, and you know, it's a way for us to track that we're spending our dollars in a it makes in a reasonable fashion. Okay, so that's the periodic reporting that happens every quarter. I like to tell the project management staff that you know, they should be talking to the recipient on at least a quarterly basis. So I see, you know, once they receive these reports, they should call up the recipient and say, hey, what's going on? I read your report. I have this question, that question. So that's what happens at least on a quarterly basis. But I actually like to see that happen a little bit more often. Our project management staff, we have a staff of over 100 technical experts. We hire engineers, scientists, we have PhDs, master's students. We have people working in all disciplines, all engineering disciplines, science disciplines. And we hire engineers and scientists to be project managers for a reason, because we want them to be substantially involved in the project. We want them to be able to pick up the phone and call the recipient and PI and ask detailed questions about the project. We want them to be seen as a resource to the principal investigator and the recipient. So I expect the project managers in my group to talk a little bit more frequently with the recipient. So you can expect probably on a monthly basis, at least you should be chatting, probably even more frequent than that, but expect to have regular interaction with the project manager to talk about the project. And again, as a recipient, I would hope that you would see us as a resource. You know, we're there to help you resolve issues. We're there to help bounce technical ideas off one another. It's a really good, this periodic reporting and this interaction communication between the principal investigator and project manager is just really important. Okay, a little bit about invoice inspection. So your project may be on invoicing. And what that means is, you know, you send in periodic invoices. We just don't rubber stamp them. We have to review them in detail. So when you submit an invoice, make sure you have enough information in there that allows us to say, yes, this invoice makes sense, or yes, these charges are reasonable and appropriate. If we can't say that, we will reject the invoice until we get that information. So for those folks that have worked with the government for some time, this is a no-brainer. They know how to do the invoicing. They give us all the background information we need. For those of you guys who are going to be new to working with the government, this is just for awareness. Expect that maybe your first invoice might be rejected because we need more information. It's no big deal. Just give us the information and we'll accept it again. But I just want you to know, you have to be really transparent with the dollars, and you got to let us know, you know, why you're invoicing us for whatever you're invoicing us for. We will ask questions. The next piece is the technology transfer piece. You know, why are we doing these projects? We're doing these projects for the public good. And so we got to make sure that the public understands what we're doing and they have information about what we're doing. And we've got to get that out into public domain. So we expect you guys, the recipients, to write news articles or to write journal articles that show up in trade journals, or to make presentations at conferences. And we think that's all super fantastic. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that the Department of Energy has an Office of Science and Technical Information. It's OSTI. And for anything that you send to a journal article, for any presentation that you give to a conference, you also need to post in the Department of Energy OSTI system. I'm just telling you that for awareness. The details will be in the terms and conditions of your award. Again, the objective is to get information out there in the public domain about what we're doing. So it's ultimately a good thing. The last thing I want to mention is that we will require recipients to participate in periodic reviews. We have project review meetings on an annual basis, so we'll ask you to give a presentation, and those will be to a much broader audience, more than just the Department of Energy. So just expect that during the course of the project. All right, so in summation, I just want to get across that the Technology Development Center, the project managers at NETL, they're going to assist you to deliver competent, or they're going to assist you to help ensure that R&D objectives are achieved. And with that, I have one other slide I wanted to show you guys. You know, we talked a little bit, I think I heard it a couple of times now, about the DOE infrastructure webpage. And that's super fantastic. We have that infrastructure webpage that you can link to. NETL also created an infrastructure webpage, and that's what's shown right here. And it looks kind of bland, but that's what's right here in all this white space. It's called Bill Hub. So if you go to netl.doe.gov/Bill Hub, it'll take you to this page. And what's really kind of cool about this is if you're interested just in what NETL is doing in the bill space, it'll get you right there. You just click on this link here that says view all bipartisan infrastructure law solicitations and funding opportunities, and you'll find everything right there. We'll have all of our bill RFIs right there. We'll have all of our bill notice of intents right there. And we'll have all of our bill FOAs right there. Right, all you have to do is click right there and you'll get the information. So I just want to make sure you guys were aware of this webpage. I think it would be valuable to y'all. So that's all I have for you, Alex.
Well, thank you so much, Heather. That was incredibly informative, and I think it's going to be super useful for the future FOA winners that we have in attendance here. So thank you. Next, we have Matt Kittle, Senior Investment Officer with the U.S. Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office. With that, Matt, the floor is yours.
All right, we have come to the end of the day. So I just want to say, first off, thank you to both Jeff and Heather for their recording. But thank you to all of our speakers today. Thank you to our awesome facilitation team. You guys did great. The sessions that I listened to seemed super engaging, and I hope this was as valuable for you all as it was for us. Just a quick note that we will be having 2 more of these events on the 14th in Golden, Colorado at the Colorado School of Mines, and on the 19th at Argonne National Lab. So if you are able to join us either in person or virtually, that would be great. And I had one more thing to say, and I'm completely blanking on it. So I do apologize. To reiterate from earlier, the recording as well as the slide decks from today's presentations will be posted on the event page. Just give us a couple days to do that. And with that, thank you all for making it through the whole day, and appreciate you joining us. So with that, I'll give you 20 minutes of your day back. All right, thanks.